Good morning again, everyone. Good morning again, everyone. Just want to thank you for being such a patient audience. I'm getting. We want to welcome at this time.
People.
Mic check.
It's unmute, Miss Karen. So,
Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Okay, good. All right, just want to extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you who are here today. And for those of us who are joining via Zoom or YouTube, welcome to. Okay, so I am Denise Henry, the Faculty Administrator for the Faculty of Engineering and Computing, and I will be your host this morning. We have our Dean in Transit, so at this time we'll welcome in the interim our Vice Dean, none other than Dr. Balvin Thor. Please receive him. As he comes to the podium.
Thank you so much, Ms. Henry, and good morning. Make sure that you hear me. All right. Well, my heart is overwhelmed this morning to see the turnout. I'm very, very happy to see that we have our brightest, newest bunch of Fence students. Anybody know what a Fence mean? See, you're starting to have great learners already. See? All right. You know, we have been through a tough time as a nation, as a world, in regards to the pandemic that has basically separated us in the physical presence. But I'm happy to see that during all of this, we are here and we have made it. So that's the most important thing. We have made it, and we are here to make a difference in our lives in terms of university education. So at this time, I want to welcome each and every one of you in person and virtual to this, our student orientation. We are happy to see that you're able to here in person and online. And we're happy, very happy that you have made a choice to make the Faculty of Engineering and Computing your home. What did I say? Your home for the next 4 or so years. We want to ensure that and encourage you that you have made the right choice. You have selected the institution of greatness and the faculty where that started it all. The Faculty of Engineering and Computing, we started as the engineering school back in 1958. So this year is our 65th anniversary. And the institution really has been impinged on the Faculty of Engineering and Computing. So you have joined our faculty where all this greatness of CAS/UTEC started. And it is through you that we're going to be continuing this greatness that we exhibit as a faculty. So I want to welcome you to the Faculty of Engineering and Computing at this, well, Faculty of Engineering and Computing at our esteemed University of Technology, Jamaica, on behalf of the entire Faculty of Engineering and Computing staff and even students. I see a lot of our student leaders that are here. I can assure you that you're in good hands, especially with our student leaders. It's Tajay Stevens and Percival. Percival is here. Saw him before. Is here, right? So Tajay, let them see you. I want everybody to see the school rep for the School of Engineering and Computing. And for those who have come on board in the School of Engineering and Computing, he will be your student leader. And he and his executive, I'm sure, have great things in store for you to learn about the nuances and challenges that you will encounter and how to navigate these things as a SOE student. And likewise, Mr. Robert, I'm sure is busy outside. I saw him earlier, but he is the rep for the School of Computing and Information Technology. And he will, of course, do likewise in helping to make your SCIT students' life journey a lot more easier in terms of how to navigate some of the challenges. As Vice Dean of the Faculty of Engineering and Computing. It's my great pleasure to be a part of this educational journey that you have selected. Thanks, Mrs. Ramsey, you have said it right. It is a case where you could actually have chosen elsewhere. So we're very happy that you have on board as students within the Faculty of Engineering and Computing. Our faculty is dedicated to providing you with an exceptional learning experience that will equip you with skills, knowledge, and confidence to excel in your chosen field. Whether you aspire to be an innovative engineer or pioneer to be one of the greatest computer scientists, not only here in Jamaica, because we little will tell, and I'm sure Mr. White will be, when he gets the time, as a school of Computer and Information head of school, he will tell you about the greatness of our students and the accomplishment that some of the very skilled students or past students have achieved and accomplished. And you, ladies and gentlemen, will be no different. We know that the task of transitioning from high school and for some of you into university is a daunting task. But we want to let you know that we, and I say it very clearly, in the Faculty of Engineering and Computing, we have the top draw, the best, very best support staff, academic, administrative, technical staff, not only here in the faculty, but right across the entire university. And I might even say some of the very best even in the Caribbean. They will help you on your journey. And whenever you are in doubt about anything in your courses or even in your, in terms of interacting with courses, feel free to find one of our staff. Touch base with your student leaders. We have, we'll be having a student academic advisement unit. We have a student affairs division. And we wanted to also do well in school. We wanted to enjoy a journey. And in doing so, please, ladies and gentlemen, don't just be hung up on all the things academic. Because in UTEC, one of the things that we're known for right now is being exhibited right now at the World Championships, Athletics Championship. We have some of the very best in the world that are, and we're students right here at UTEC. And we don't have to name them. You guys know who some of these people are, right? But just as a reminder, we had the great Usain Bolt, who was right here. Anybody here don't know Usain Bolt? Good. We have the Asafa Powells. We have the Mommy Rocket, eh? That woman, she's no more pocket. She's embracing the mommy. The Mommy Rocket, Shelly and Fraser Price. Of course, Sharika, and a host. So what I'm saying to you, ladies and gentlemen, is that whilst the academic is what you're here for, please ensure that you utilize the opportunity to get submerged into activity otherwise from academics. We have some world-class clubs and societies here in the faculty. We talk about the Institution of Electrical and Electronic Engineering. We have a club right here at UTEC, and we compete among the very best in the world, in the US and across the world in competition, student competition. And we have a history of success. We beat them and teach them, as we like to say, when we travel to these competitions. So we have a club right here in our faculty too, that actually has students. I would love for you to come on board with your skill sets that you will be bringing, your unique skill sets that you will bring into the faculty. We also have from SCIT, it's called, it's the ACM, which we have programming competition hackathon competitions. It is all to enrich your life, your social life, as well as your academic life. So please, it's a big journey, it's a big decision, it's a big leap from high schools for those who are coming from high schools. And sometimes it seems to be very daunting, but it's an opportunity for you to enjoy yourself and use the opportunity also, ladies and gentlemen, to socialize with your classmates, with your college mates, because what you end up doing at the university level is to forge friendships, lifelong friendships with persons that you meet and had to engage with at the university level. I'd like to emphasize that our faculty is a faculty that has an open door policy even at the senior management level. So if you're trying to get access, information, and help, and I've mentioned some places that will help you already, your student rep, student advisement unit, student services unit. But if your program director, your program secretaries, but even if you are not able to get those help, myself as vice dean, and I'm sure I'm speaking for our head of school, which you'll see, Sir Joseph, one of those give us the stand up. Mr. O'Neill Joseph, he is the head of school for engineering. And Mr. David White, you will see him shortly, has the head of school for the School of Computer and Information Technology. So we have an open door policy where please feel free to come to our offices, see us on campus, have a discussion, tell us what's happening. We want to be a part of your journey to help you to succeed. At this time, I want to use the opportunity to introduce you to some of our team members within the Faculty of Engineering and Computing. Anybody who is the staff or academic advisors, academic advisors, staff, academic staff members, administrative staff members, even the ones from outside, I want you to come right in here. I want the ladies and gentlemen to see you. Please stand for me so we can introduce you to the personnel. So you have met FA, our faculty administrator, Ms. Henry, already. She'll be our master of ceremony for the day. You have met Mr. O'Neill Joseph, who is our head of school engineering. We have, while we await them coming in, we have Mr. Oh, they introduce their staff. All right, so we just want to have some persons who are part of our faculty just to wave your hands so people to start to see you. I say Mrs. Tom Booth Thompson at the back there. All right, and we're gonna have an introduction by the heads of school to the individual persons, and we have over here standing set of our Carlin Black, Sahar Scarlett, Mr. Tanya Graham. We have Mrs. Charlotte, Edward Graham, and we have a host of persons that you'll see and meet later on. Now, these are people who are going to be integrally involved in your success, ladies and gentlemen. Please ensure that you engage. Even if you're shy, you're gonna have to come out of your shell, because we understand that the process is not in high school where you can just run to somebody and you get your help or your hideaway. University has its own rules and regulations. You're adult learners, so we expect you to go to your classes. Mr. Senator will tell you about consequences of not going to your classes. Of course, you know the consequence of not doing your assignment, turning your assignment on time. But the bottom line that I want to bring out here is that if you do not meet certain minimum requirements, while we still want to embrace you as students, the university will have to start look at waving goodbyes to you. We have a grade point average that you are not supposedly falling below. So we have a GPA of the 2.0. Once you get 2.0 close to that, it means that you're in academic probation. We don't want it to be there. So please utilize all the channels that are available to you to ensure that you stay out of that academic probation. Once again, congratulations on selecting and the faculty and being selected for students for the Faculty of Engineering and Computing. And your decision to pursue higher education at our institution demonstrate your willingness to learn the engineering and computer science discipline. And we are here to facilitate you in that process. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our faculty, and I wish you a fulfilling, transformative educational experience as you actually go through this, your 4 years at the Faculty of Engineering and Computing. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Dean Thor. We welcome at this time Mr. O'Neill Joseph. We welcome at this time Mr. O'Neill Joseph, who will be making a presentation and introducing his staff members. Mr. Joseph. After which we'll be hearing from Mr. David White, the head of the School of Computing and Information Technology.
Is there a technical operator here?
Keep the document for a moment.
All right, morning. So, as was indicated earlier, my name is O'Neill Joseph. I'm the head of the School of Engineering. Let me take the opportunity, first of all, to thank Ms. Henry for, for handing over. Thank you very much. And we also not Thor, Dean, Balvin Thor, Dr. Balvin Thor, nice Dean, and my colleague, head of school, Dr. David White. But also my other colleague, welcome The School of Engineering started as Institute of Technology in 1958. Incidentally, that was the same time University of Technology was established. And shortly after the transition, I think about a year after we transitioned to College of Arts, Science and Technology, what we would call traditionally known as CAST. Right? Since then, the School of Engineering has been producing world-class, I was going to say athletes, but world-class graduates to support industry as we go along. And this is our vision in the school. I won't spend too long in my presentation, but just to get a sense of what our vision is. And I won't go through all my presentation because I know we're pressed for time. Now, here are some of the skill set that you should expect an engineer to have, generally speaking. They're very general outcomes. And let me see the hands of those who are engineering students or potential engineering students. Hands up, please. Oh, nice. It looks like we're beating Skit this time around. Is that? Well, okay. So yes, these are some of the skill sets that you expect the engineer to have. Just take a mental image or picture of this. Very, very important. Let me just point some quick ones out. Analytical skills, problem solving skills, adaptability skills, continuous learning skills are some of the key ones. And these are our areas of engineering discipline. Industrial, chemical, civil, mechanical, agricultural, and so on. And we'll go through the particular staff members. Hopefully they are here, but I have images of them with me today as well. So we enjoy institutional accreditation, and in fact, even before institutional accreditation, the industrial, mechanical, civil, all the programs primarily had what we call programmatic accreditation, some locally, others internationally. At the moment, we're pursuing what we call ABET accreditation, which is the gold standard for accreditation in technical areas. So that is something that we're actively pursuing. So you can be assured that our systems are third-party assessed and validated. Here are some career opportunities for those of you who are new, and this is orientation. So you are now beginning to enter into the space of what engineering is all about, where is it that you're heading, and the type of persons that you'll be interacting while you're here. So again, here are some skills, some career areas, and not necessarily specific to any of the disciplines, just listed here. Again, here are some industries that you could be working. So for example, you could expect manufacturing of pharmaceuticals, or industrial, mechanical, electrical engineers are in the healthcare system. Our industrial, electrical, and computer engineers are in automation, robotics, renewable energy for mechanical or chemical or in petroleum, etc. And you know about this because you're already working to get inside here at UTech. So I'm not spending the time on the entry requirements. Let's look at what it is to be a chemical engineer, right? And by the way, is there anybody here from the chemical engineering department? Hands for chemical. Oh, so Miss Nicole Booth Thompson. So what I'll do, I'll allow that information to be given when you are at the breakout session, but I'll just use the opportunity to just introduce the staff in the chemical engineering. So we have Dr. Lisa Bramwell, who is the former, she's an associate professor. She's the former program director. So we just had a transition and we're now handing over the realm of program directorship to Mrs. Nicole Booth Thompson. As you see here, she has a big smile right there and she's sitting at the back. Miss Nicole Booth Thompson, could you hold your hand up, please, or stand? So she's right there at the back. We also have a team of very strong technical and academic staff members. So you're talking about everybody here, but let me just point out a few. Professor Nilza Aples was one of the pioneers of the chemical engineering program, right? You have stalwarts like Paula Henry, and you have newcomers like Jervian Johnson. Chemical engineering staff, could you please stand quickly? Just all of you, just please stand or wave your hands. They're nice, nice, nice people. Nice. Right. All right, so electrical engineering, and again, I'll leave the details to the department to go through. So here we have, again, it's a very strong department, very strong. In fact, one of the largest departments in the School of Engineering. One of the largest. It's really bordering now on the civil engineering is kind of catching up. So here we have a number of team players and a number of former directors as well. Do you notice somebody on the far right over there? Right. He was one of the program directors in the electrical engineering program. Also was Dr. Terry's Chambers. Also was, anyway. But the current program director is Carolyn Ferguson Arnold. Miss Ferguson Arnold, could you hold your hand up for me, please? Oh, she just walked in. Right, that's her right there. Okay, good. And so we have some technical team members as well. Forgive me, Miss Cherise Mackenzie Craig has just, well, she is no longer with us, and she's alive. She's elsewhere, but still represented here as part of the team. In terms of the civil engineering department, we also have a team of individuals here who are still on the slate as being employed to the civil engineering department, though some have retired. But you know, for the sake of what we're doing here, let me introduce you. Dr. Percival Stewart, still with us, outgoing program director. Incoming program director, Mr. Damian Cummings. Is he here? Anybody from the civil engineering department here today? All right, they're not here right now, but these are their faces. You may not be seeing Mr. Glendon Lewis. He's severing from us permanently, but you'll definitely be seeing everybody else that you see right there. And the program that I'm a part of, the industrial engineering program. Now, this is headed by Dr. Damian Graham, who also gets support from Mr. Cargill, Mr. Evan Brown, Miss Marie Waite. Are anybody from industrial here today? And that's the reason why I have their pictures, so that you can actually see them. And again, we have a very good, so when the program started several years ago, it started around the mechanical and the electrical engineering programs. So these are the flagship and traditional engineering programs, generally speaking. So here again, we have a very strong team. I still have our dearest Dr. Green, who is with us in spirit, but sadly, he passed off earlier this year. We still have people like Dr. Fletcher, who's part-timing with us, and all these people, Professor Vernon Buchanan, a stalwart, Professor Wilson, a stalwart, and several others who are significant part of our team here. All right. So in essence, here are some projects, and if I had time, we'll go into some real critical stuff that we've been doing. Here is how we've looked at a manual process, and we've converted that into a more organized and systematic way of washing and treating with coconut husks and so on. And here's this is down my street. This is actually, I gave this document. This is what we call a value stream mapping activity of a particular operation. And this value stream map is trying to identify what we call value versus non-value added activities, so that you can reorganize the system into a streamlined set of operation for any system, whether it's a manufacturing system, service system, whether it's in health, finance, or wherever. So this is what we call a value stream map. So what you're seeing here is an existing value stream map. You may not make use of it at the moment, but what we're seeing is a lot of non-value adding activities here by virtue of that long line here, and this is the value adding and so on. And what we're saying that we're trying to increase value by coming up with a new system over there and so on. So we've done several projects, several civil engineering projects as well, very, very good projects. Students have done these things, by the way. And so what you see me pointing out there, done by students. And here are some past students who have made very, very good comments of our program in the School of Engineering. So forgive me, I was rushing, but I want to ensure that you get the full essence of this orientation session, but in that breakout session, we will allow your program directors to go into far more details and far more information about your particular engineering discipline. All right, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Joseph. That was somewhat short. Put your hands together again for him, man. He did well in managing the time. So before we have our esteemed head of school in the prophetic, Dr. David White, we welcome our esteemed dean, Professor Sean Thorpe. Receive him.
A pleasant good morning, all. I'm so pleased to see this room full after 3 years of a pandemic. I'm sure you are to be referred to as the pandemic generation, for want of a better word. How are you feeling today? No, man, not hearing. How are you feeling today? Okay, I was wondering if some people don't have any breakfast as yet. But you are here early to plan your future well. It is indeed my pleasure to welcome you to the University of Technology, Jamaica, and very specifically to the Faculty of Engineering and Computing. My expectation over the next couple of years, some of you might be 3 years between a diploma and degree program, some will be 4 years based on the full programs. I expect you to use the time wisely to do two things. Work hard in terms of the study, but also find time to balance and ensure that you make the time for yourself to keep that peace of mind in order to get through the programs of study. No one is indicating that in engineering, like computing, the field is easy, but it is highly rewarding. Many of our graduates, including some of our speakers who you have heard since morning and to come, who have done extremely well in their respective disciplines and highly regarded in the professions. You represent the future profession. So within 3 to 4 years, you'll be doing very well. Who is expecting to earn very high salaries at the end of this program? Indicate by a show of hands. Hold on, I thought everybody's hand would be up already. Let me go again. Who is indicating to be paid very well at the end of their time of study here? Now that needs to be prophetic by you putting up your hands. Who is not expecting to do very well at the end of their study here? There's always the instance, right, of the anomaly. But he might surprise you all, right? That at the end, he reverses that trend. Again, it is indeed my pleasure to have you. I do maintain an open door policy. As a dean, feel free over the time while you're here to engage my office in terms of, any concerns or questions or, matters that pertain to your student life, where my own colleagues at the level at the heads of school and the directors of programs or the advisement offices and mentorship centers are not able to help. Collectively, we provide the entire support. And as your chief academic officer in the faculty, my office is always open in that regard. Now this year, the government of Jamaica, recognizing the importance of engineering and computing education, has invested in the equivalent of $2.4 billion in scholarship programs to this university and specifically to this faculty of engineering and computing, because the realization is that the new workforce is really a knowledge process outsourcing industry. Anybody knows what knowledge process outsourcing is? I think you have gifts today, Miss Henry. You have gifts to give away. I'm just putting out a question. Hopefully they remember it. They're going to research it. Some of them don't really know what is going on, but they're going to research it. Anybody knows what this knowledge process outsourcing industry is? I didn't come to give you a test. So therefore, the idea is that I don't expect you to have the answer at this moment, but there'll be a session, I'm sure, where they'll be giving out awards and you want to grab one of those prizes. This knowledge process outsourcing industry is to indicate that the careers that you are in, right, without stealing any thunder of our guest speaker, is a very data-driven industry. It is data-driven in engineering and core computing, and hence the skills that you need to have is competing against the artificial intelligence. But you are not really competing with them as this group. You are going to be the engineers and the computer scientists who maintain these systems and maintain them not only here in Jamaica and the Caribbean, but globally. You have a distinguished record of being persons who work in some of the most reputed companies worldwide, including the Microsofts and the Oracles of this world. These are very large reputed companies, and we have a very strong alumni in this regard. So I expect you to do very well. This is the home of bright futures. And this in our 65th year, right, as an institution, you represent the golden entry of students with what I call the golden ticket, right, where scholarships are now abound. Some of you may be first generation, some of you may be second generation getting these opportunities, but I sincerely hope that you make every use of the opportunity provided to you in this time and to ensure that at the end of your tenure study here at the University of Technology, Jamaica, and specifically within the Faculty of Engineering and Computing, you use that time well. Please, I defer to you, Master of Ceremonies, and my office is always open to these very bright and budding minds who may very well be the leaders and futures of not only of the industry out there, but of this university in time to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Put your hands together. So I am seeing our guest speaker here. I'm happy to see you, sir. Thank you for accepting our invitation to make your presentation to our students. So at this time, I'm going to just jump right over to the guest speaker because he really should have been on the platform earlier. So at this time, I will welcome Zara. Is Zara here today? All right, can we hear her? And then we will invite Mrs. Carlene Ferguson Arnold, Mrs. Arnold Ferguson, to introduce our guest speaker. So let us hear from Zara, who will be singing a song. Put your hands together and welcome her.
Morning, everyone. Shattered, but I'm not broken, wounded, but time will heal. Heavy the load, the cross I bear, lonely the road I trod, I dare and shaken, but here I stand, weary. Still I press on, longer the nights and the tears I cry, darker the days, no sun in the sky, yet still I rise, never to give up, never to give in against all odds, yet still I rise, high above the clouds. At times I feel low, yet still I rise, yet still I against all odds, yet still I rise high above the clouds. At times I feel low, yet still at times I feel low, yet still at times I feel low, yet still I rise.
Thank you, Zara. Sometimes I'm in trouble, but not in despair. Struggling, I make my way through. Trials, they come to make me strong. I must endure, I must hold on, yet still I rise, never to give up, never to give in against all odds, yet still I rise high above the clouds. At time I feel low, yet still I rise. I thought it was ideal to put in that verse because it speaks to the troubles and the struggles that are ahead of you. But you know what? Yet still you what? No man, don't sound like somebody otherwise. Yet still you what? Because you are persevering. Amen. So at this time, put it. So now I'm putting the hands together for this song. We are motivating and encouraging you, because we know the journey it is going to be great, right? So we at this time welcome Mrs. Ferguson Arnold, who will be coming to introduce our guest speaker. Okay, great.
Good morning, students, dean, heads of school, or guest speaker. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce Dr. Wayne McKenzie, OD. Compassionate, charismatic, and dynamic are just a few attributes that describe Wayne St. Anthony McKenzie, OD. Wayne has over 25 years of experience in the energy sector with extensive project development and management knowledge. He holds an MBA and BSc in electrical engineering with honors and has completed several executive courses with the Kellogg School of Management and Harvard Business School. Wayne joined Jamaica Energy Partners, JEP, in 1996 as the Chief Project Engineer. In March 2000, he was appointed General Manager, making him the youngest national to lead an electric company in Jamaica. Under his stewardship, JEP's operating asset, Dr. Bird Power Station, transitioned from being managed by a foreign-owned entity to self-operation in September 2002. In 2006, JEP grew from one 74-megawatt power barge to 2 power barges, adding 50 megawatts of energy to the national grid. This improvement represented a 67% growth in the company's generating capacity. On April 26, 2018, at Jamaica House, Wayne received the Prime Minister's Medal of Appreciation for outstanding service in energy conservation and civic development. In further recognition of his contribution to the energy sector, he was awarded the Order of Distinction Officer Class in 2019. As a negotiator, he was the lead architect in convincing lenders to provide 100% financing for the company's expansion at a cost of US $78 million. As a result, the company grew from 74 to 121 employees, increasing asset value and profitability. Dr. McKenzie also played a significant role in closing a US $133 million syndicated loan with local banks for Jamaica Energy Partners, which the team completed in a record-breaking 45 days. Today, Dr. McKenzie, a visionary and astute leader, is admired by staff and colleagues for his propensity for success, primarily due to his expertise and accomplishments in power plant development, management, and operations, power purchase agreement negotiations, capital structuring, risk management, as well as strategic and operational planning. For example, in March 2019, he piloted the team that closed the $4 billion deal in InterEnergy Holdings' acquisition of Jamaica Private Power Company, JPPC, the 60-megawatt independent power producer located in Rockfort, Kingston. Dr. McKenzie is now the president and the CEO of Jamaica Energy Partners, West Kingston Power Partners, and Jamaica Private Power Company, presently called the JEP Group. He is also the president and CEO of EV Power Jamaica Limited, the managing entity for Evergo in Jamaica, which is responsible for installing charging stations across the island. Evergo is the largest, most sophisticated network of electric vehicle charging stations in the Caribbean, Latin America, and Jamaica. In less than 3 months, Wayne led his adept team of engineers, technical and marketing professionals to plan and execute the debut of the eco-friendly InterEnergy subsidiary at the official launch on May 14, 2021. Through Evergo, he is committed to contributing to Jamaica's transition to a cleaner, more sustainable nation, which will reduce the country's energy bill and the operational cost to those who own electric vehicles. In addition to his experience in the energy field, Wayne is adept in community development and corporate social responsibility. He continues to prodigiously invest time and resources geared toward the advancement and sustainability of neighboring communities through health, environment, education, and sporting initiatives. Wayne has personally mentored and monitored the development of many of the company's scholarship recipients. At the tertiary and the primary levels, JEP, WKPP, and JPPC, the companies previously mentioned, provide students who reside in the Old Harbor Bay, Western Kingston, and Eastern Kingston communities with scholarships to cover tuition, books, and other educational materials. Today, the program's impact is felt across Jamaica, as it has assisted with advancing a cadre of professionals giving back to society at company health fairs as doctors and dental assistants. The program has also supported several other sterling professionals, such as teachers, engineers, environmentalists, attorneys, and employees from all 3 companies. The corporate social responsibility portfolio steered by Wayne is fueled by his vision and love for people. This is echoed consistently through his philosophy. I am a believer in people, regardless of class or social standings. We are all equal. To bring awareness to energy literacy in Jamaica, Dr. McKenzie, on the JEP's corporate social responsibility portfolio, also spearheaded the planning and execution of the island's first ever energy debating competition in October 2018. In November 2019, JEP launched its inaugural Schools Energy Program. Like the debating competition, it sought to empower Jamaica's youth and the wider public with knowledge regarding the different forms of energy, energy production systems, energy efficiency, and sustainability. Wayne is an Energy Council Jamaica member and chair of the council's subcommittee on natural gas. He is also a director on the board of Jamaica Environment Trust, Jamaica Conservation Development Trust, Port Authority of Jamaica, and Montego Bay Marine Park. Additionally, he is the board chairman for Polyground Primary School, on the board of directors for Gibraltar and Edward Seaga Primary Schools, and a former member of Jamaica's Consultative Group of Advisors on Least Cost Strategies. Considering his passion for the environment and its preservation, Dr. Mackenzie O.D. also serves on the private sector organization of Jamaica Climate Change Committee. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Dr. Wayne Mackenzie.
You know, I always wonder why I'm so tired, and I just understand. I didn't realize I'm so occupied doing so many things. Professor Sean Thorpe, Balvin, Vice Dean, Faculty of Engineering and Computing. David White, Heads of School of Computing and Information Technology. Sunil Joseph, Head of School of Engineering. Denise Henry, Faculty of Administrator, Program Directors, Faculty Staff, and most important, students. How are you? I was asked to be a keynote speaker this morning. I'm wondering, what am I going to tell young minds as to what school should be about and what their future should look like? And the truth is, there's nothing I can tell you but to give you my own personal experiences. And the first thing that I recognized is when I came in and I was listening, well, I was looking at the screen and I saw civil engineering. When I started CAST, it wasn't UTEC, it was CAST, College of Science, College of Arts, Science and Technology. We had engineering at two departments. It had electrical and it had mechanical. And in electrical, you had electrical power and electronics. And in mechanical, you had plant production and instrumentation. So seeing that you have civil, at that time, it was in, we call it building. I don't know what you call it now, so I don't want to say anything. And then you have chemical engineering, it was in science. And computing was where the admin office was. You know, I kind of feel aged, really aged. So let me check my ID. Well, I remember my ID number. So let me see what the new IDs look like versus what mine was. So I borrowed a young man identification number. Mine was 87E1064. And 87 was the year. And the department was engineering. 1064, I don't know what that means, but it was 1064. Now look at this young man, and I just said all numbers on it. And the first thing I'm thinking about is the E kind of caused me to be representing where I belong in electrical power, right? But again, you can look at it from another perspective. You can look at, you do away with the E and the I and the M, and everybody is the same thing. One kaleidoscope of minds, where the first 2 years of your study is really the same thing where everybody do before you start to specialize. But the truth is, I'm kind of incurable romantic. So I like 87E1064. I remember that. Can you imagine? 1987 to 2023. That's a whole heap of years, much more than most of you guys. So, and then you guys have this nice facility that you can sit down and everybody can see somebody who is talking. When we had our orientation, for anybody who was here, we used to have it in Farquhar, the same place where you guys call Juicy Pot, the same place where we eat lunch. So we don't have lunch, we have orientation, and then we can have lunch after. So you guys, I'm seeing a change in the college, in the university. And that is exactly what engineering represent. It represents transition, right? It represents change, and the change is always progressive, always progressive. So you guys are now the base, because you're starting now. It's going to the base of that transition. And one of the things that I realized in 1987 September when I came into CAS is that I know I wanted to be an engineer and I wanted to contribute to nation building and I wanted to contribute to changes. And you all want to do the same thing. I'm sure you all want to do that. And you all want to make the same type of impact, not just for yourself and your family, but for the nation. And that I encourage you to keep that focus. Yeah, because there are a number of things that are going to happen. I can tell you the first thing is going to happen come September morning is nobody have their own first name anymore. Somebody's going to get another name, right? I don't know what the name you guys will get, but it's a name that will stick with you for life, and your friends will always remember you, and they will always call you that. So like one of my friends, I won't call him that name, but there's another friend, Dr. Farquharson, Donald Farquharson. He's the managing director for factories. Nobody calls him that. They call him Molo. Yeah, so nobody knows anybody's name, right? I won't tell the mine, so I'm still Wayne Mackenzie. So now to my long and boring speech. I also represent the transition of CAS to UTEC. When we started CAS, they didn't have a degree program as yet. So it was a diploma program. And most of us who wanted to do a degree would have to go on to Trinidad to further that program or that process. I was the first of the transition batch to UTEC. So I think I have a CAS diploma and a UTEC degree. But because we're a guinea pig at the time, engineers were now, I don't know if you're at UTEC at the time, but well, instead of focusing on core engineering subjects, they married it with management courses. I don't know if you guys do management, if they'll still do it. Right, so they married with management courses. So us engineers were doing some serious management course because we had to prove something. As CAS, we have to prove something. We're brighter than over there. So not calling the place name, but so we did econ, we did management studies, we did accounts, and you never know exactly what you want to do with it. One of the things that I realized with engineers is that we make the best managers simply because we process things. We look at things from a logical perspective, and we mix and marry that with the softer skill in management. That you'll be surprised what kind of what kind of manager you'll become. And I suspect that that's probably one of the reasons why my journey has been so colorful. CAS, UTEC, this noble institution is 65 years old, and we have some very, very important persons who represent it. And you guys are now taking over the baton of that change to continue to make this institution as recognizable as it was from that day on. I'm seeing tremendous growth in the facilities. I'm seeing infrastructural development that are consistent with modern day universities. And I'm seeing lecture theater that is filled with minds that want to make that change and continue the trajectory that I'm used to. And I know it sounds like, I'm just talking, but it is my own personal real life experience. right? When I left UTech, I started working at JPS. I wasn't with IPP. I wasn't with an independent power provider. We didn't have an independent power provider at the time. JPS had, the government owned JPS and they operated the grid. But in 1995, we had two independent power providers, and they needed engineers, and I went over, and we have seen where independent power providers change the landscape of the electric sector, and I'm now experiencing where we are now transitioning from heavy fuel oil as a product that is used to convert energy, well, fuel to electricity, then to gas, and now we're looking at renewable from a sustainability perspective. And when I say sustainability, Jamaica doesn't have access to oil or gas. So when you have upheaval in the global marketplace, the prices for these commodities go through the roof, and by extension, the price of electricity goes to the roof. Now we're looking at how can we harness the sun, how can we harness the sea, and how can we harness the wind to provide that level of energy security to Jamaica, and also a resistance to these changes. And when I left school, nobody thought about anything like that. Nobody, right? But this is where we are. Well, it's the same thing for e-mobility as well. All of you young guys who like to modify Civics and BMWs, all those cars, wouldn't think about cars with carburetors because they're all fuel injection. No, in my days, there were carburetors, right? So you move from carburetors to fuel injection, and now we're going electric vehicle. And when we launched Evergo in 2020, we couldn't find 2 full electric vehicles to start our launch. We had plug-in hybrids, but we didn't have full electric vehicles. Now the country has over 250 electric vehicles, and Evergo itself has 51 charging stations all over the country, and we have another 44 to put on. And I had a conversation with the dean the other day that I'm also going to be putting down 6 charging stations here at UTech. The reason why we're doing that is it's not because we want to put charging station at UTech, but I identify with this institution. I totally identify with this institution. If without UTech, there wouldn't be Wayne Mackenzie. I can tell you that. So without UTech, it won't be near you, because the two of you, this place and you, will create waves 4 to 5 years from now. I guarantee that. I promise you that. All right. Again, listening to the gentleman earlier this morning, I didn't realize that we have computing as one of the courses that we have here now, and that's very, very good. That's where the world is. It's AI that is taking over the world. Computing is part and parcel of every single discipline that we do, from medicine to agriculture, and I think the integration of all of these in one consolidated place called engineering is also very good for the faculty. I'm hoping, I don't know exactly what the curriculum looks like, but I'm hoping that the first 2 years, everybody's exposed to something. And so that way we can, when we get to 3rd year or 2nd year, in my case, it was 2nd year, you know exactly what you want to do, or you can transition across different vocations when you know exactly what you want. But this again augurs well for the faculty, and I think it's again in the right direction. I extend congratulations to the dean and the direction that he's going. You guys have chosen a path that is not only promising for personal growth, but it also holds the potential for transformation in industries, societies, and the lives of countless Jamaicans. You guys are going to be that generation that transition and take away from people like myself and all those stalwarts that represented UTech. And you're going to make this place proud. You're going to make this country proud. And I'm hoping that pretty soon, like another 10 years from now, one of you will be the guest speaker telling somebody about your own personal experiences. All right. So we celebrate this milestone together. It is essential to acknowledge that technological innovation does happen, and it doesn't happen in isolation. It thrives in an environment that fosters collaboration, critical thinking, and a commitment to lifelong learning. And it's not just met without failure. Denise said it earlier. You know, I was kind of wondering in my early years if I experienced it, but the truth is with school, in addition to you building this community of friends who will become family, is you're going to go through a journey of up and down, right? You're going to have some subjects that you don't really like, and you might not do well, but you're going to do well the next time you do it because you're going to persevere. That was already used, right? We have some people in my class who some studied more than the other, but at the end of the day, C's get degrees, all right? Just remember that. So you just need to persevere. You might not like a subject, but just work hard at it. During my time, the guys in my class didn't like chemistry. So, and some of them didn't like drawing. So I couldn't draw when I was at CAS. I couldn't draw a line to save my life, but I could do chemistry very well. So the guys who could do chemistry would help the guys who can't do chemistry. The guys who could draw would try to help the guys who could not draw, but we still couldn't draw. So look, I'll tell the truth, right? I'll tell the truth just to show your perseverance, right? We saw this Mr. Wallen, he taught us drawing. God rest his soul. I don't know anybody know Mr. Wallen, but someone taught us drawing, and he used to say somebody need a Nelly, and what you call a Nelly is like I need a Nelly because I couldn't draw. So I look, guys, you mustn't do this because it's called copying, right? But you look across and see somebody draw a line 10 centimeter, you draw the same line 10 centimeter. And even when I was doing that, guess something happened to me. I still fail. I just couldn't draw a line. So I failed drawing in first year, I failed drawing in second year, and I'm said, boy, you have to pass if you want to pass. So I did the very last test trial for drawing, and I passed. So I saw Mr. One and Mr. One was like, Mackenzie, you did really well. You did very, very, very well. I was like, well, I finally learned how to draw now. You know, I got a C. C, you know, but one answer boy was good, so I take it and I run with it. When I did the degree though, I did graduate with honors, so that's not so bad. We live in a transitional world. I mean, technology changes so frequently. I'm now in electric mobility, and battery technology is so rapidly changing that a car 2-year-old, even from the same manufacturer, will have distance in terms of travel by multiples of what it was before. And the same thing with engineering. That's why it's so important, Sir Dean, that we have to equip our labs and ensure that our young engineers are equipped with the right equipment and do the requisite research to embrace these type of technological changes. Your role, though, as future engineers and computing professionals, would extend beyond the mere application of your technical skills. You're tasked with finding creative solutions to global issues like decarbonization. It's here to stay. And there are things that you guys are going to have to do. It's more than putting up solar panels. It's more than dealing with EVs. But you guys are going to have to find that I saw the gentleman showing some solutions there. And that's one good thing I like about, I'm going to call it CAS again. That's one thing I like about CAS is that every one of us do a major study, which impacts not just you, the student, but where you did that study, right? And I'm very happy for that. But you're going to have to apply those skills. You're going to have to be creative in finding solutions to these issues that should, at the end of the day, improve lives and push boundaries for human achievements. Yeah, the status quo can never, ever be the same as young engineers coming out of UTech. It can be the same from that other institution, but it can't be the same for UTech. We have to change things, all right? We're on a 65-year journey, and this is a testament of the power of education and unwavering spirit of progress. And as we transition the baton to you, and you step into your new role as stewards, you have transitioned this role, you're stepping to the role of stewards of technological innovation. Remember that you're part of this legacy, part of a legacy that I'm giving to you. A legacy of brilliance, resilience, and transformative impact. Embrace every single challenge as an opportunity to learn and grow. Dare to dream. At 31, I didn't know that I would be in charge of a company. At 33, I didn't know that we'd have grown that company by 67%. So dare to dream, dream big, have unrealistic dreams. You'll be surprised how realistic they will become. You know, nobody would think that somebody could fly, we're flying. Nobody think that you had an electric car, you have one, no. Just dare to dream and dream big. And fuel your ideas, your passion, and your dedication. Let this university orientation mark the beginning of a remarkable adventure, one where you'll contribute to the shaping of the world for tomorrow. Again, folks, getting into this institution was not easy. So in closing, I congratulate every one of you for not only accepting, but the college recognizing that this room of intellectual capacity is a room of change. Let the university orientation mark the beginning of a remarkable adventure where we'll contribute to shaping our world of tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you most kindly, sir. I see Professor standing ready.
Yes, but I wanted to say to you all.
Come to Jay.
TJ, you're not coming to sing.
No.
I wanted to say in a public discourse, in the context of how Dr. Mackenzie expressed himself and the body of work that he has been doing. You as incoming students, what we really want to do in this year, in this whole electric vehicle revolution, if I may call it so, we will work, thank you. In this space of the electric vehicle revolution, this gentleman is leading the charge in Jamaica, and he so happens to be from where? Your faculty. As even just a university, your faculty, and we are going to be planning an electric vehicle conference in this academic year, partnered with Dr. Mackenzie. So I want to thank him for agreeing while we were sitting there just now. You put a round of applause for him, yes? Thank you. I just gave it up. That's four. You took a picture already, man, didn't you? You don't need any more pictures, eh? But I think it is very important that we use the year, at least for all students coming in, to appreciate what is new in the space. And I think it will do well for the faculty working with, one of the country's leading fathers of this space today, if I can call you so. A very young father too, because you don't look like you're past 30 yet, actually. Thank you very much. I just had to say that, but I'm going to leave the formalities to my other colleagues. But I had to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Thorpe. So, Dr. Wayne, I'm going to ask you to step to your right, your left. And at this time, I'll just welcome TJ Stevens, our faculty or School of Engineering representative, to make a presentation to Dr. Wayne Mackenzie.
Good afternoon, everyone. Oh, wow. Good morning, everyone. All right, Dr. Mackenzie, on behalf of the student body and staff, we just want to present this a small token of our appreciation. We really, really appreciate that you've taken time out of your busy schedule to share such critical information with us. It's really appreciated. Yeah.
Thank you. Put your hands together again for our guest speaker. Pretty impressive, isn't it? Talk to me now, man. Weren't you inspired? Can you imagine? And I'm literally seeing you 5 years from today, 6 years from today, pretty much stepping in that trajectory. A country manager you are, right, sir? Put your hands together again for our guest speaker. Thank you. So at this time, we will welcome Mr. David White, our head of the School of Computing and Information Technology, to make his presentation and to introduce his staff. Welcome him with an applause. Thank you. Ten minutes.
All right. Where is Sean Ramsey? Sean, you're here? Sean? All right. Good morning, everyone. Before I start my presentation, I would just want to take 2 minutes out, 1 minute out, to just invite Sean Ramsey to, Sean, can you come? He's the head of our SATNA initiative. I just want him to introduce the club to you. Can you give him a hand while he comes?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sean Ramsey, and I belong to the specifically School of Skit. And I am the Executive Director for SAPNA, School of Computing and Information Technology. Thank you very much, Doctor. So I'm here today to introduce everyone who is interested, especially the Skit students. If you're interested in joining, it's not a club, it's a quasi club, if you want to call it that. It's an initiative of the School of Computing and Information Technology that allows students, especially Skit students, to basically use the knowledge that they get from the classroom into actual application, working with different government ministries, industries, leaders in software development. So basically, that's what we do. I see a lot of young people here. This is the first time, Dr. Thorpe, since COVID that we're doing an orientation face-to-face. Second time, okay, so we're still getting used to this. So I feel inspired because I see all of the young faces here. SAPNA has done a lot of things. I don't know if anyone here has, can I see a raise of hand? Anyone who have ever heard of SAPNA and what we do? Just a few people? Okay, so I just want to make sure that we all understand that it's not a club. So you're still in, we urge you to join other clubs that do almost the same thing that SAPNA does. They are also very good training ground for you to enhance your experience as a software developer or a designer or a web developer. So anyone interested could actually go to utechsapna.com, if you could remember that. David, is there any way that we could get that up on the screen there? Okay. So if you type in the web browser, okay. So it's gonna be projected on the screen. So it's utechsapna.com. You could go on the site, register. Once you register, I'll get your name and your information and put it inside the inside our logbook and get in contact with you. Also, if you have any issues going on the website, you could actually take my phone number down. It's on the website as well, but don't call me. You can WhatsApp me, text me your information and what you're interested in. As a first-year student, you don't have to make a decision right away because you may not know whether you want to do web development, mobile development, or anything, but whatever you decide to do, we will be here for you. It's an organization that is staffed with mostly you guys, students, some senior guys and girls that are there as well. So oh, you're there? Yeah. Okay. So with that, I thank you for your time, and hopefully we'll get that information up on the screen for you. Again, my phone number is on the website. Okay. Thank you.
Technology to drive our society. Technology is rewarding and ready to get ahead of the game. We offer several undergraduate and graduate degrees to prepare you for the 21st century computing ecosystem. As a testament to the quality of our programs, our students have dominated several competitions and earned international scholarships. In addition, we also provide our students with a hands-on learning environment. Advance your steps to a fulfilling career in computing with the School of Computing and Information Technology at UTech Jamaica. Apply online today.
All right, good morning again, everyone. My name is David White, and I'm the head of the School of Computing and Information Technology. All right. I always am at a disadvantage because when you give me 10 minutes to present the School of Computing, it's a disservice. Those of you who saw me, heard me on Sunday, right? I have so much. But my colleague O'Neill did something and he left. You know, he asked how many persons are here from engineering. He asked for that, you know, set up himself. How many persons are here from computing? Wow. Oh my gosh, I should say, who is not here from computing? How many persons? Dean, can I do this? How many persons? O'Neill, you put up your hands again, please. O'Neill didn't see it. How many persons are here from the School of Computing? How many persons would like to be? No, I'll ask the question after. In the School of Computing. All right. So thanks for inviting me. Actually, I apologize for stepping in late. I was at the Ministry of Technology this morning. Then after that, I had a meeting with the President's office. Then after that, I had a meeting with procurement. And after that, I had a meeting with finance. And when I leave, I'm going to be having a meeting with the technical officers to make sure that everything is ready for you. But very quickly, welcome to SCIT, School of Computing. It actually, SCIT means School of Computing and Information Technology, and I'm Russian. So we have degrees that are over 10 years in existence, the flagship one, based in computing. Those of you who heard me talk before, I can sum up SCIT in 3 words: tried, tested, proven. The ones I used on Sunday were work-ready graduates. And when I am asked to go to the private sector, or when I'm here abroad and I'm asked to give a presentation on the School of Computing, when I say those 3 words, argument done. We make no apologies. That's SCIT. We are accredited by the University Council of Jamaica. So after you sell the program and everybody say, yes, we want to sign up, but, the guest speaker, where you left, he spoke about next door, not going to call any names. And they said, but, are your programs accredited? Are they internationally accepted? Are they accepted here in Jamaica? And the answer is yes, yes, and yes again. They are fully accredited by the University Council of Jamaica, and most international universities accept the degrees from SCIT. In fact, all the degrees, that goes for engineering as well. All right. Okay, we are accepted right across the Caribbean, and we have a reputation for being work-ready graduates. And I spoke about Shelley and Usain and which university they went to. And even though Shelley didn't get the gold this time, right, since my presentation, still bigging up Shelley. All the fans of Shelley in the house, I'll say, yay. And please, Shelley's Cafe is right behind Burger King, right near, okay. Okay. All right, great. We are the birthplace of greatness and work-ready graduates. So what do you expect? What can be expected of students who join SCIT? If you master the 4-year degree program, you should be able to analyze a complex computer program and apply the principles of computing and computer science and networking and artificial intelligence and machine learning and data analytics and computer animation and computer gaming to problems, whether locally, regionally, or internationally, and identify solutions. Should be able to design, implement, and evaluate computer-based solutions. And you should be able, very important, this one, you should be able to communicate effectively. You know what the private sector said to me? When I meet and they call me, Mr. White, send me 10 of your best people, send me 10 programmers, send me 20 programmers, eGov, Digicel, Flow, NCB, you name it, all of those places, UTech run the place. But they said, look, we really appreciate it and we want to contribute. Sagicor, we want to contribute more. So I said, great, thank you for that. But as the head of school, I want to ask you, you tell me already all that's nice and good with my students, my graduates. But what are some things you don't like about them so that we can improve? And they said, boy, Mr. White, tell them to, the soft skills, they need to learn to communicate. They can write the best program in the world, but they just need to learn to write. So I'm emphasizing that here from day one, right? We need to learn to communicate. And if you can communicate your solution, argument done. All right, so expected learning outcomes. I'm going to skip this because we have a presentation right after with you, program by program, over by the School of Computing. I'm going to skip this, and I could tell you all about the robot and how we win national and international competition, but I don't have time. I could tell you about this that was done. This is last year's project. No, this is year before last project, where, and I want to big up Faith. This Faith Grant online. Yes, I think I saw her. She's a special student. She's wheelchair bound. And Faith, we appreciate you. We have a number of students here who might be challenged one way or the other. And I tell you, last year when we had graduation, there was one such from Skit, and the entire auditorium, including the Minister of Education and all the dignitaries who were there, stand up and give her, she got a standing ovation. This project was done by Skit students to help the visually impaired persons. It's a smart walking stick. So everybody know what a walking stick is like, but this one, when it detects, it has AI. When it detects a wall or a stone or a pothole in the road, it will tell you. You remember, you know what inspired it? You remember next door, there was a visually impaired girl that went missing? Until this day, they don't find her. This cane tracks. So whoever is your family member, they keep track of you. So you know where the last place they were and all of that. But I don't have time to tell you the rest. So I'm going to skip over the slide, and I'm going to tell you about this gentleman, you know him, Trevor, who won international prize just before COVID because he made a device that could sanitize door handles, and it was 99.9% effective, right here from Skit. But I don't have time to tell you about the birthplace of greatness. He got the Prime Minister's Award for Excellence. He got the PAHO Award for Excellence. He got the WHO Award. But I don't have time to tell you. Neither do I have time to tell you about the Sagicor initiative, $1 million in prize money. There are the students from School of Computing who won the top prize, right? Everybody now became the cousin afterwards. In fact, Skit won it this year again. The student rep was part of the team. They got 500,000. Watch after this to see how many people are going to rush him. But I don't have time to tell you about the group that won the trip to China. This is a former Minister of Education and the group from School of Computing who won the Huawei Scholarship. Don't have time to tell you either. No, I do have to stop on this one. Julian Gentles and the rest of the team from School of Computing, we call them the UTech ambassadors. They came top 5 in the world in the IBM Programming Challenge, and Julian herself met the former First Lady of the United States of America and also the former Secretary of State of the United States, right? She represented Skit well. Now, do I have time to tell you about Carla Bustamante? She was on TVJ. She created a temperature sensor. As you walk through the door, it would tell whether or not, you know, informer, it would say whether or not you have COVID detect. I don't have time to tell you about Romario Bromfield, the pothole detector. They were all on TVJ and CVM. They are Skit students. Did I mention that? Oh, just checking. I don't have time to tell you about how we won the NCB challenge. We came first, second, and third. Right, 3 years in a row in the Sagicor Innovation. We won the World Business Model Competition. We won Huawei. We won the GVC prize. We won the Caribbean. Are there any ladies in the house who are part of Skit? Are there any girls in the house who are part of Skit? Our females from School of Computing, they were tired of winning Jamaican prizes. In fact, there's a university very close to here. They used to invite us to their programming and computing competition, but it was embarrassing. UTech kept on winning. So they have invited us in a little while. There's another university down somewhere in Mandeville, and there's another one out by Port Royal. They stopped inviting us. But our girls were not to be outdone. They went to the Caribbean level, and they beat everybody in the Caribbean. But I don't have time to tell you about it. Now they charge Babbage Award, or the IBM Award, and the Grace Upper Award. But I have limited time. I don't have to tell you where all of Jamaica does keep on hiring Skit. When I teach a class, before my
fourth-year students graduate, right? Everybody has a job. But I don't have time to tell you that. I don't have time to tell you how we are at the Lawrence Livermore, one of the greatest supercomputer institutions in the world, right? Not Facebook. Oh, Prof, it was Monday. We had persons, used to be at Amazon, farmers kit persons in our offices. I'm not going to talk about Microsoft and IBM and BMW, self-driving car, programmed by skit people. But I don't have time to tell you. Instead, October, Microsoft conference is October, but you'll hear more, right, when we break out. My program directors are going to tell you the specifics of the particular degrees that you are in, and you will see the, what we call the module selection guide. So you'd be choosing your subjects, your modules right now. So we'll talk about that a little later when we have the breakout session. So let me just run through and just tell you how to contact us. And if there's anybody, no, I can't do that to Odile. I was gonna say anybody who want to switch, but those who are watching online, you want to sign up for computing next year, coming out straight, right, from outside, right? We have space in Skit. We have space in Skit. We can take some more. Do you know that the government of Jamaica rate us so much? I'm coming from Ministry of Technology this morning. Do you know that they gave us 2.4 billion just for Skit and engineering students? No, for scholarship. And guess what? Guess what? It is for 4 years, full 4 years sponsorship, right? But it will run for 5 years. How many persons in the house are part of that scholarship program? They signed up. All right. But because I don't have time, I'll just skip through and tell you. All right. The contact information. Okay. My program directors, let me just introduce the team to you very quickly. It's Kalila Burrell here. She's the program director for the Bachelor of Science in Computing flagship degree program. Is she here? Kalila, she's online. Okay, can you still show some appreciation? Miss Burrell Batik, she's in office right now, but I think she's online. She's working for you. She's always working for you. Sometimes she's here very late. She has a team with her. I just want to big up and show. Can you call them, Courtney? Miss Shade Yuan and Miss Kadeen Mitchell. They are the admin assistants for, oh, they left? Okay. For the Bachelor of Science in Computing. You'll meet them later when we have the breakout, School of Computing students. We also have Miss Tanya Graham. Tanya, you're in the house? I saw her. Ah. Can you give her some, show her some love, show her some love. And with Miss Tanya Graham is Miss Twyla Yuan. Twyla Allen, is Twyla in here? Twyla, she's the program director for the Bachelor. No, Tanya Graham is the program director for the Bachelor of Science in Computer Network and Security. Twyla Allen is her assistant, admin assistant. Charlotte Edwards Braham, she in here? Okay, all right, you'll meet her later. She's the PD for the Computer Information Systems. And finally, Horrid Scarlett, is he here? No, can you come out, please? I want to big this gentleman up specially. Can you just come, sir? The newest degree. In fact, this man is so smart. The dean gave him not 1, but 2 degrees to manage. Gaming, computer gaming, and the Bachelor of Science in Applied Artificial Intelligence, ChatGPT to the world. Why, hold on, don't move, man, don't move. Why I invite him here is that this gentleman ran a workshop, free workshop, for all students in Jamaica who are doing IT. He gave them the prep because we want to share the UTech love. Over 700 students participated, and I'm told that some students from Trinidad and Grenada also participated. Are they here today? Anybody from overseas, part of computing? And they have now, they were so impressed that they leave their home countries and sign up to come to the School of Computing. Only we have more space. So can you just show him some? But
I don't have time to tell you, yes. And I also, want to talk about Carleen Black. Save the best for last. Is Carleen in here? Carleen Black is the program director. Sorry, I don't have it up here. For the Bachelor of Science in Animation Production and Development. And her admin assistant is Tatlin Blairy. All right, you're going to meet them a little later. So in wrapping up, let me just show you something very quickly. Since I don't have time.
You're working in your own community.
No, that's Hillary Clinton, former First Lady of the USA. And that's a skit student she's interviewing, she's meeting.
Love to see a thriving social
Skit students to the world. You know what? I don't have time. I'll show you later on. Because they say I don't have time. So I'm wrapping up. The smart skin. This was you see, we even solving problems that other universities face. School of Computing. What skin? Yeah. Oh, this one not playing? All right. Okay, you're supposed to hear it talking, but I don't have time. So I'm coming down. I just want to show you something. See, you can't say David can't talk. Mr. White can't talk, but the proof of the pudding is when you hear it from other people, nationally and
to the Business Day. I'm Bashan Brown. A team of young engineers are working on an invention to improve roads in Jamaica. They're planning to roll out an automatic pothole detector, which will help motorists avoid vehicular damage while assisting the government, Andrew Lately reports.
The pothole detector looks like this. It's hooked up to a computer system which records the data and stores it. It was invented by these student engineers at the University of Technology to help motorists avoid potholes like these. Director at the UTech Engineering and Computing faculty, David White, explains how it works.
They trained it on several pictures of potholes, and then after a while, the computer was able to detect and say, okay, this is a pothole, this is a pothole, this is a drain, right? And it was pretty accurate as we drove across the corporate area, Kingston. It was pretty accurate in detecting potholes of various sizes, shapes, and depth.
Team leader Romario Bromfield says the idea came out of a deep desire to help the government.
From class, it's a class project.
We wanted to assist the government with this whole road infrastructure thing because they have this.
Right, tell you what, they say I don't have time. So, I don't have time. I could show you some more, but the fact the FA is getting up from out our seat. The School of Computing is just awesome. It's just awesome. I told my dean and I told the university management that we need a new building because it has grown so big. We want to double the size. We can't, there are people who are knocking on my door, but it's one thing to have the applicants, it's another thing to have the graduates. So where I'm coming from, my meetings this morning, people are saying, you can't give me some more graduates. We can't wait for you to graduate. So look here, double down. You heard the guest speaker this morning. It's hard work. Hard work. We're not going to give away the degree. You have to work for it. You have to read for it. You have to study for it, right? But believe you me, School of Computing students, if you put in the work, you will reap the reward. And you hear our eloquent singer, AKA faculty administrator, right? So reach for the stars. Reach for the stars, Kit. Reach for the stars. In 4 years' time, you're going to be, before 4 years' time, you're going to be work-ready graduates. Welcome to the School of Computing. Thanks for choosing us. Big up yourselves, right? Tried, tested, proven. School of Computing. Thank you.
What can I tell you? The School of Computing certainly doesn't believe in microwaving. Yes? Fully cooked students and work ready graduates coupled with globalized citizenship. Amen? Put your hands together again for David. By way of announcement, just want to remind you that tomorrow will be the community service conference and fair. We have a giveaway of a $7,000 gift voucher. Later on, we will be asking some questions. At this time, we will get the testimonials of Mr. Renard Mulgrave in the way, and then we will be hearing from Ms. Carrion Rodney Wellington, the librarian, who will be giving a presentation. Is Mr. Renard Mulgrave here? Let us welcome Mr. Mulgrave. That's Mr. Mulgrave coming down. All right, so we're going to be hearing from him as he shares his experience in 2 minutes with you. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Good afternoon. Well, as she said, I'm Renard Mulgrave. I'm going into my final year of mechanical engineering. All right, just to give you a brief run through of my experience here. So I would have started UTech in 2020. So I'm a bit jealous of you guys. I started online. I've been online. So I didn't actually get this orientation. So please enjoy it, make the most of it. All right, so my first year online. All my classes were on because I actually started in January, not September. Something I recommend to you guys, I did a lot of courses in the summer. Since I only did 1 semester first year, I had to do some summer courses. You guys can do that. Some person do it if they fail a course or if they want to catch up or go ahead. Lessen the workload during the regular semester. I then moved on to second year. Second year is when I started to get involved. So my second year, I joined the Health and Safety Committee. I was the planning director at that time, right? Now, I recommend that to you guys as well. Please be involved. You guys will see in the different groups. It's the flyers going out to join committees. Get involved, guys. It goes a long way. It helps you guys to know persons, get involved in university. As many of the presenters said before, university is more than just being a student, just learning. It's to grow yourself, to build an all-rounded person, right? So I would have, in my second year, met different persons, met lecturers, persons ahead of me. I was fortunate enough to have Sir Joseph as one of my teachers. Also about being involved, get to know persons ahead of you. That can go a far way. Having someone who can advise you as to your courses, some of the struggles you guys might face, that really helps, right? Let's just say some assistance when it comes on to workload, it goes a long way, right? In my third year, I, at that time, became the health and safety coordinator. The UTech, enough things going. From sports to parties to spiritual activities, there's a lot of things to be done. Being involved both from the participant side, being a student, and even being an organizer, it really helps you to grow. All right, certain things that you guys might not have seen yourselves able to do, they build you. They help you to become, as I said, an all-rounded person. So let's keep it short. I'm now going into my final year. I will be the deputy sports coordinator for this upcoming academic year. So also imploring you guys to, you see the sports flyer going out, join. Lots of activities that I've participated in, and it's really helped me to build and to grow. And I implore you guys to do the same. All right. And one school. One school.
Thank you, Mr. Mulgrave. All right, we'll welcome at this time Mrs. Wellington. We're trying to get your presentation up, ma'am. All right, great.
Good morning, students. No, that not sound right at all. They sound like they want a little tea, ginger tea, a little turmeric tea. So good morning, students. All right, good morning, Frank. No, don't know what that is, right? Faculty of Engineering and Computer Science. So good morning. I am from the library, and I know some of you are saying, oh, but you're here to read for your degree. The degree is not handed to you. You are here to read. And when we say read, not only library books, but all your posters, all the Instagram messages and everything that comes out, you're here to read for your degree in more than one way. So, all right, I just want to welcome you to the University of Technology. We have, just like how we have world-class graduates, world-class graduates from skate and engine. We have world-class resources. How we know many of our lecturers would have studied elsewhere, and when they come to UTech, they say, oh, but you have. Yes, we do have, because we are, of course, a place of excellence. All right? So this is the management team of the University of Technology. You have our university librarian, Mr. David Drisdale, Mrs. Rochelle Harvey, myself, Carrie Ann Rodney Wellington, Janet James, and Mrs. Norma Livingston Morris. So we are here right on the extension, them, you know. So you see, when you're in the problems, you know where to go. All right. This is your liaison librarian. Her name is Miss Trisha Price. See her email address? Can't find any information, want a video, want something, and you can't find it, don't know how to access the resources, please. All right. Is my extension you want, sir? Miss Price is really very proactive. Really very proactive. All right. So now we have been a part of the University of Technology since its inception. So the library is 65, just like how the university is 65. All right. Our mission is to provide current resources and quality service to support information needs of the university community and to stimulate intellectual thought and academic scholarship. All right. So all these kit inventions and engine inventions, a lot of research went into it. And Google, let me talk strong. Google cannot help you with it. Oh, did I say about ChatGPT and how it is great? Ah! Listen to me, when ChatGPT come up with a nice essay and tell you about and coming from a resource and your lecturer say, where this come from? They sent to the library and they said, library, I don't know where this is. And we say, oh, it's something that ChatGPT make up, and guess what? Sound like a zero, not true? So let us move on. Our opening hours currently Monday to Friday, 8:30 to 4 p.m. But we do not close like that. We have our 24-hour service, so you have the ability to stay on campus. We have a security. All right, so you can stay in the library until the next morning once we close. All right, so now in order to access the university, you or the building itself, you need your ID. So there's another security for that. So please get it and use it. Of course, we have different sort of facilities. We have reading rooms for lecturers. We have space for seminar rooms. Oh, the seminar rooms, you can use it for group studies. So just come book it and you get to be there. They provide you with whiteboard markers so you can draw and talk loud and nobody will say, shh. You know how we're good for that, not true? So in those rooms, nobody will say, shh. All right, let's move on. We have Caribbean collection, still more space to read. This is what the 24-hour reading room looks like. So it opens once we close our front doors. And of course, this is also part of the 24-hour reading room. this is the area for graduate students. We have this nice space. A lot of engine students love to sit here. This is a nice space that you can come. You can use your devices. The Wi-Fi is pretty strong right here. All right. And the seats are nice and cushy, and you can make use of this space. All right. So we have spaces and libraries all across the University of Technology. So some of the services we do provide, reference and research services. So if you have problem, please, if you have problem, send an email, make a call, make a visit. We are here to serve you. All right. All right. So we do lend books. Those are the print ones, but we do have ebooks to lend. All right. We do printing, scanning, spiral binding, photocopying, interlibrary loans. Interlibrary loans is good too. Sometimes you're doing these nice inventions from SCIT and you realize that you need a particular piece of information that we don't have here. But because the library is part of a larger network, because you know we have libraries at PIOJ, we have libraries at the Ministry of Technology, and wherever else in the world. You want the information, it is located somewhere, we will find it for you. All right? Sometimes you struggle because you do not know. And we don't want you to struggle because guess what? 4 years is spending here, 4 years and not a day over. And you're going to make it easy. We do offer information literacy sessions, and engine students have a 1-module course. Please pay attention in the class. Follow the instructions, makes your life easy. So this information literacy session tells you a lot of things that these are some soft skills that you don't usually get, but your lecturers expect you to know them. All right? So when they hear the word evaluating the resources, then you hear the word writing your paper according to APA standards, and trust me, these engine and computer teachers into it, all right? Because they are all researchers. So when you hear all those skills and you say, where am I going to find out that? The library, all right? Of course, we have lockers for you students as well. So now this is our webpage. Please note, there is such a thing called Ask a Librarian. You click it, you fill in the information that is there. Right now, the picture said it was offline, but once it's there, you fill in the box, you'll be chatting to someone live. You'll be chatting to a librarian live. So if you need information, you need help, you know much places we say, if you need information, you need help, send us a message, all right? And it is from 9 to 9. So, and you don't have to be here to use it, all right? So here's a list of all the liaison librarian. So once you can send your message to Miss Trisha Price there. You can also send your request to Heather Thompson, and her information is up there. Please write it down. All right. We want to make sure your life is easy. All right. So these are the resources that we have that is available to all students. All right. You'll be using them from time to time. You see this one called IEEE Digital, IEEE Explore Digital Library. Oh, did I tell you that many of the engine lecturers are part of IEEE? So guess what? Them expect you to use the resource. All right. And you know how them going to say, then where you get this from? When we use Google, them say, huh? And we have novel, and these are books with cases and patents and the works. Whatever you need, it is there. And remember, if you can't find it, who you're supposed to ask? Miss Price, or who else? Me hear a name. Who's saying it? Me don't want it from the faculty admin. Me? Let me go back again. Where you see my name? It's my name there, you know, and it's not Fence. It's Miss Price or Miss Thompson. Miss Thompson is the reference librarian. She deals in general with the whole global matter of resources. But if you still can't get through, you can still send it to me. All right? We don't refuse work at the library.
All right, so we serve with a smile. Please, 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 please follow us on Instagram, follow us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter. Our Twitter page is not up there, but you know you're going to Twitter and type in Calvin McCain Library. Oh, did I tell you that the library is offering prizes and surprises and you can get it? We have a 10-inch fan given away, you know, it's a town hat, not true? Right, and we have some other gadgets that we are giving away. So follow us, like and do whatever else the social media ask you to do. And please, if you need help, we are here to help you. Understand? We don't want to leave from country, come all the way up here and have difficulty. Or those who live in Kingston, I don't want you to have difficulty. We are here to serve you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for choosing UTech. It was the only choice.
Before Ms. Price leaves, Ms. Price, Ms. Rodney Wellington, before you leave, any skit students are still in the house? Can you see their hands again? Skit students, especially for skit students. Huawei has donated 100 tablets, right, for the neediest of students. You can borrow it for a semester. So if you're having problems and you need a device, laptop, you really need a laptop for skit. But if you need a tablet, just go and check the library. Ms. Rodney, can you tell them how they can access it, please? We don't have one for everybody, but the neediest of students, just for skit, you can access these tablets.
Oh, it's just a simple matter of coming to the front desk and asking for Mr. Henry Gardner. He will help you. Yeah, of course, everything. You always need your ID and you always need your login. So to do anything at UTech, you need your ID and your password. To access our resources, a simple matter, ID, password, register. All right, the 10 steps. I know some of us will just pay and think we have registered. Follow the 10 steps. It's just 10 simple clicks. All right, thank you.
Put your hands together for Mrs. Wellington again. All right, just want you to know, I know you're becoming weary. You have been an amazing audience, captive audience so far. Just want to thank you for being on Sticking and Staying. We are announcing the community service fair tomorrow. Now, community service program is mandatory for all our students. All university students must do this module. You may encounter challenges in identifying a location to conduct your community service course. This fair will allow you to register for an organization. Ladies and gentlemen, I've seen the culture where students tend to wait until their final year to close out on the community service program. Guess what happens? It doesn't work like that. They would have completed all their required courses for the award with the exception of that one module. And so they step into a new year only having community service outstanding. But I know that you're very different and you're more driven and purposed. And so you will be at the fair tomorrow. You're going to be identifying your organization to which you can conduct your community service program. All right. So I'm encouraging you to get involved tomorrow at the community service program. Please put your hands together and make welcome Mr. T.J. Stevens, your School of Engineering representative, to make his presentation. Thank you.
Good night, everyone. Good night, everyone. I wanted to test if you were listening, so that's good. So, as was said earlier, my name is TJ Stevens, and I am your School of Engineering Students representative. Thank you so much. Can I see the hands of all the engineering students? Love to see it. Being a student rep is so, Kishani, you want to answer this call for me, please? Thank you. Okay, so can I see the hands of the civil engineering students? Okay. Just like the staff, the students are small in numbers, but that's okay. Industrial? Don't feel no way here. Just because of you only get this. Mechanical? Electrical? Yeah. And chemical? That is right. Chemical is the program to be in. You know why? It's not because I'm a chemical engineering student, but chemical engineering is the best program to be a part of. But we're discussing the different engineering programs that we have, and here you are as UTech students going in your first year. I would have been in the WhatsApp group with you guys who are quite the chemical engineers. Come again. More chemical than civil. That is unheard of. I can continue, right? Okay. So I am aware of the fact that you guys are having, your concerns, your issues. We can't select modules, right? Some of you guys still can't select modules, right? And what's the issue why we can't select modules? I'm not hearing you guys. Provisional acceptance. Conditional acceptance. And what does that mean? So you're waiting on your results, right? And when those results come out? They come out tomorrow. How are you feeling? Don't worry. If I can be here, you guys will be just fine. And when do you guys bring in your results?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow is when results are made known. So when's the deadline for them to? Friday. Exactly. You guys hear that? If it is one thing that I would like for you to take away from this session, is that if you are waiting on your results, please bring them in on Friday morning. Is that okay? There's a hand. Yes? You're going to have to talk up, just telling you from now.
Yes, we're here.
Sure.
No, you're not going to get the certificate by Friday. Whatever you can print down, you print it down because the certificates are not ready. All right? They will not be ready.
Okay, Miss Henry, you have to allow me to answer my students' queries, miss. So I don't understand why you're doing that. But time, okay. Oh my Lord. So just to put it out there, it would also be good if you guys could get your results signed or stamped by a JP as well. Just letting you guys know that. Or your high school. Chemicals, raise your hand again one more time. Just keep your hand up, keep your hand up, keep your hand up. All right, so we are engineering students, and we have this saying in the School of Engineering. Does anyone know what it is? One school, one what? One school, one school, one school, one school. Who knows what that means? Come again? Right. So this, I don't even know if the camera will follow me, but let me just hurry up. This is for you. Wonderful. So yesterday I would have made a mention of the meaning behind this one school, one engine. I would like to believe, are the most unselfish school on this campus. If you have a problem, you know where to reach me. You know where to reach anyone in this type of shirt. If you have an issue to solve, reach out to your lecturers, reach out to your classmates, because we believe that it's not one degree that you guys can get. Everyone can get their degree. Everyone must get their degree, because tuition is not cheap. And that brings me to my next point. I also believe engineering students should not pay tuition. Engineering students should not pay tuition. I don't pay tuition. Mr. Holness pays my tuition. There are several opportunities, several scholarship opportunities that exist for you guys. There's the MS TVET scholarship. And, you know, funnily enough, a student was calling my phone yesterday asking about MS TVET. And in my mind, I'm saying, I think that scholarship closed off already, you know. But when I went on the website, the application was still open. So I don't know. MS TVET, and it still says Ministry of Education. So I don't know what that means, you know, but if your application still open, might as well you apply. Because the beautiful thing about MS TVET is not one person get that scholarship. You know how much persons get that scholarship? Who knows? 100 students get that scholarship. I have never met someone who said they filled out the MS TVET form and didn't get that scholarship. The opportunities are limitless. There's not only MS TVET, Mr. White, Mr. Joseph, Professor Thorpe, everyone has been stressing this STEM scholarship that exists for both engineering and for SCIT students. $2.4 billion. What would some of you guys do with $2.4 billion? I spoke to, all right, so we all know how much plans were for that money, but I spoke to the scholarship office recently this week, just yesterday. I saw her at the union event, and I said, Miss, can I tell my students to still apply for that scholarship? You know what she says? Yes. Until August 31st, your results come out at that time. Also, for those of you who are waiting to get a response, it's because you guessed it, you don't have your results as yet. So expect more updates as you get your results. Once you get your results, that result is like a key for you guys right now. And I know you guys are stressed, you guys are worried. I was in the same predicament. I didn't get my results until October. But here I am standing before you. Know, funny story, I have not got an unconditional acceptance letter from UTech, even though, and here I am. I'm your student representative. So when I tell you in the group, do not be worried. Don't stress out yourself. Wait until November. November will stress you enough. Don't stress right now. Okay, guys? So I think my time is up. But I have 3 armbands. Who wants them? All right, I'm just going to This is so chaotic. I am just going to walk past and whoever want grab them just. And then, no, I'm not going to throw it. We don't promote chaos in this school. We are one school. I'm just going to go over here and just hand this young man. But if it's a case where, wait a second, you're an engineering student? Chemical, all this. All right. So, who can tell me the name of the chemical program director? You have to raise your hand. Chemical program director? Oh, you guys aren't. Yes? Who? Nicole Booth Thompson. Mrs. Booth Thompson, is that correct? Is that correct? That's our next armband for you. Just meet us around the booth. And if you guys want a small armband or a large armband or stickers or water bottles or caps or bags or keychains or more merch, just link us up there. So because we are one school and one school. Thank you so much. Right up there.
Thank you. Put your hands together again for our School of Engineering rep. Now we have coming to us Mr. Percival Roberts, who is the School of Computing and Information Technology School rep. Big it up for him. He's also going to be sharing his testimony, and then we will be hearing from Ms. Kishwana Roberts, the former SCIT rep and our current first vice president of academic services, academic affairs, the UTEC Student Union. Welcome, Mr. Roberts.
Thank you very much. Good, I think it's good afternoon, everyone. Afternoon. So everyone came, they did their speech, did their little thing. I'm not really here to give much of a speech today. I'm just here to reason with you guys. So, as you know, I am Percival Roberts, the School of Computing and Information Technology, also known as SCIT, also known as the better side of the faculty. Can we agree? Naturally, right? So earlier, Mr. White, Sir White came, he spoke about SCIT, he spoke about all the opportunities for you guys. I'm just here to give you a rundown of the university experience and just tailor it a bit more to SCIT. So in addition, because I know a lot of you guys have been asking, as it relates to clubs and societies, SAPNA is one of the biggest clubs over by SCIT. The representative is here. So for those of you who want to join SAPNA, you can speak to him. His name is Sean Ramsey. Right, so he did this presentation and everything. So just please ensure you reach out to him. Additionally, you can also join the Google Developers Club, which as the name suggests, they work on Google products, or they have that connection with Google. So they work on those types of software. So if for those of you who are interested, you can join those clubs. All right, so outside of that, your SCIT experience. SCIT though easy. I'm telling you from now. School hard. Right? You guys, it will be difficult, but there are a lot of support systems that are put in place for you guys. One such is the mentorship and tutorship initiative. Quick question. How many of you guys here from SCIT have signed up to be a mentee? Nobody? All right, I'm gonna ask another question. Are you guys in the first year group? All right. So the link was shared, but I'll reshare the link so you guys can actually have a mentor, someone that will guide you along through your first year experience so that things can be as smooth as possible for you. All right? How that sound? No, man, on the sound dead. How that sound? On the still sound dead. Man, I like. How that sound? All right, fine. You guys probably hungry. But yeah, so as I've said, school hard, but you guys are here for your degree. As TJ made mention, whole per degree there here, everybody can get them degree, right? We want to ensure that everyone in this room graduate with a first class honors, right? So guys, please, I beg you know, use up the resources that are available to you. There are a lot of resources. If you don't want anything, just send a message in the first year group. I'm in all the groups, try my best to answer everyone. But we also have committee members, by the way, guys. You guys can join up. You can sign up or apply rather to join a committee. Right now, I have a position open for a sports coordinator. So for those of you who are interested in sports, right, you can join up, you can apply, sorry, to be the sports coordinator. I'll send more details on that later in the WhatsApp group. All right, so just please asking everyone, do your best while in school, make use of all the opportunities and so on. But right before I go, or right before I give my testimony, let me just go into the testimonial. So I am a second year student, meaning I just come at UTech with you. Literally just come and I have this position. What does that mean? Or first of all, who think that even makes sense? Like you just come out on school, you know nothing about the place, you're still there on the student union as the student representative. That look like it makes sense to you?
That's bravery and courage.
Right, so I mean, when you come to skit, really and truly, people always say, skit this, skit that, skit students are nerd. I am here to remove all of that. Skit actually has the most athletes in UTech. Every single sporting event, you always find that the winners are from skit, right? So TJ, I know you can't boast about that, but it's fine. Right, so guys, being a bulldog really means that you are confident and you are exemplary. You go out, you put your best foot forward, and you do your best, and you will succeed. And that is something I can stand here today and be proud of. For example, Sir White mentioned the Sagicor Innovation Challenge. I was a little upset when he showed the picture, and it wasn't me. Right, but I am actually he mentioned it, but I'm actually the team leader, or I was the team leader for this year's Innovation Challenge, and my team won $500,000, right? So there are a lot of opportunities, as I've said, that will be available to you guys. So whenever the time comes, please just make use or make the most of it. And one last thing before I go is the Microsoft Hackathon that will be held, I believe, sometime October, yeah. They'll be giving away $4,000 US. Nobody want a US? You don't want the money? No, man. It don't sound like you don't want the money. If you don't want some money, make some noise. Right. So there will be a cash prize of 4,000 US for the winning team and other cash prizes, of course. They'll be doing some free training and certificates in Azure and other Microsoft technologies for those of you who are interested. So it don't matter if you're a first year student, just sign up, join. Even if you don't win, you can still get other prizes and surprises, right? So I'm just encouraging everyone to do that. Come out, enjoy your college life. It's going to be stressful, but please just do your best to enjoy it. You have your student representatives, you have members from the academic support unit, you have your student union, your lecturers, your academic advisors. Everything or everyone that you will need to succeed is already here. Just be proactive about your academics and your school life, and you will succeed.
Tajay, we need you at the front. We need you at the front. All right, thank you so much, Mr. Roberts. We welcome at this time the effervescent Kishwana Roberts. Put your hands together for her. And Kishwana Roberts is the first Vice President for Academic Affairs, Clubs and Societies, the UTech Student Union. Tajay?
All right, so good morning, everyone. Good morning, Knights. Wanna sound hungry? No, ready again. Good morning, Knights. Wanna still so alive? Good, good afternoon, Knights. All right, so I am Kishana Roberts, and I am the first Vice President, Academic Affairs, Clubs and Societies. So 3 very, very hefty portfolios, but the portfolio I'll be focusing on today is clubs and societies. So it is extremely crucial and important that you guys try your best to be active in a club this year, especially with the modality of school. All right, so let's begin. So let's take a look at the team on the academic support unit that will be responsible for the clubs and societies this year. So for the director, we have Miss Shanice Peku. TJ and I work with Mina. We have Miss Shanice Peku, and then we have Miss Janelle Betton, and then we have Mr. Tajleon Roberts. So their information is going to be shared in all of the faculty school groups. And if you're not in the academic support notices group, you can always link me afterwards, after everything has ended. All right, so next we'll move on to the benefits of joining a club or society. So you gain personal and professional growth. You'll get out of your shell and build self-confidence. As Mr. Roberts had mentioned earlier, being a bulldog, and I'm sure being a warlord, it's a lot, and it takes a lot of confidence and a lot of, energy and vibes and everything. And that is what Think on a whole is known for. Them say are sober, but I really think. All right, and you get more enriching and well-rounded college experience. All right, so I'm just going to tell you a little about each club that we have registered thus far for the academic year. And you can just kind of make a note of the name and everything, the club link, the groups to join. The link to join the group, will be shared later down in next week, so you can look out for those as well. So first we have the University of Technology Actuarial Science Club. And this is a club that centers their meetings around 3 primary aspects: life lessons, fun activities, and core actuarial math. So basically, if you love maths, anybody here love maths? All right, you make sure someone see at the club, all right? All right, so our next club is known as ASA, which is Accounting Students Club. So as the name states, this club draws in persons who are pursuing accounting or those who have a love for accounting. So, especially the little entrepreneurs, and if you have a little small business, this is a very crucial club and them full of vibes. All right, so the next club we're looking at is ADFEL, which is the Advent Fellowship. So this is an Advent Christian-based fellowship that spans over 2 universities. So it's a UE and UTech club. So basically they're going to have a lot of joint meetings together and joint activities and trips. Some here say they might go overseas. So if you're interested or you want to be a part of this club, this is extremely a really dope club. Next, we will have ACES, which are for students who want to learn, create, and innovate the Association of Construction and Engineering. This is the club for you. It provides students with a collaborative community, opportunities for networking, skill development, and hands-on experience in construction and engineering. So, engine students, this is a very nice club. All right, next we'll have Aviation Club. So whoever got on a plane? We never yet fly out. Nobody not go to Dubai. No. All right, so let me tell you a little about the Aviation Club of Jamaica. All right, so this is a social organization for those with an interest in the aviation industry. Within this organization, members gain exposure and experience the various careers in aviation and thereby begin their transition from an aviation enthusiast to an aviation professional. Next, we have the Chess Club, which is one of the largest clubs at UTech. All right, so the Chess Club is said to be an Chess is said to be an activity that helps to bring out your critical, social, and thinking skills on a large. So the possibilities of chess are endless, with multiple matches to be played and chess titles to be earned, such as Candidate Master or Grandmaster at your disposal. And they do a lot of competitions across the different universities. So CMU, NCU, UE, Micah University College, they have a lot of competitions against each other. So this is a really cool club as well. Circle K. All right, so anybody coming from high school know about Key Club? You guys know about Key Club? So this is the university version of Key Club. So with Circle K, this is a global community of like-minded individuals joined together by a shared dedication to creating significant positive change in community through service, leadership, and companionship. It attracts students who seek to transform their college journey into one that truly leaves a lasting impact. So yeah, them full of vibes. You can check out all of these clubs on their social media platforms. So yeah, on to the next club, CASA. This club is specific for Caribbean architecture students, but they're willing and open to basically allowing outside CSA students to join their club. All right, so FMA, the Future Marketing Association, provides a platform for students from not only those pursuing a marketing degree, but also those from various faculties, schools, colleges, etc., giving them an opportunity to learn how to brand themselves while also learning how to develop oneself. And this club is heavily sponsored by Digicel. So, you know, if you're like a young entrepreneur, then this is definitely one of the better clubs for you. Then we have FSSJ. So this is the Forensic Science and Society. So it's a FOSS-based club, so Faculty of Science and Sports-based club, but they accept students outside as FOSS as well. So, you know, if you watch like Law and Order and stuff like that, and you see how they do the fingerprint type of stuff and the blood testing and all of those stuff, then if you're interested in stuff like that, then this is the club for you. All right, and then we have JBES. So their aim is to create a vibrant community of like-minded students interested in business, economics, and finance. Through diverse initiatives, they intend to not only educate members, but also ignite their passion for these fields. So yeah. All right, so a lot of you that, you know, you're probably like writing stories or, you know, videography and just like, you know, like the shade room type of stuff, those type of things. If you're interested in things like that, then the Journalism Society of Jamaica is extremely a really cool club. If you're interested in stuff like that, then you can join this club. All right, so Rotaract Club. All right, so the Rotaract International Foundation's main objective is to provide service to others, promote integrity, and advance world understanding, goodwill, and peace through the fellowship of business, professional, and community leaders. They are one of many clubs that go out into our neighboring communities under their motto, service above self, and plan projects to help persons in need. Next, we have Universities and Colleges Christian Fellowship. So this was formed to witness about the Lord Jesus Christ on the University of Technology, Jamaica campus and its surrounding community, moreover to lead students and others to personal faith in him as God, incarnate Savior and Lord. All right, so just a little heads up, all of these clubs Thursdays are for clubs and societies anywhere between 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Those are the days that the days and the time that the clubs normally meet. So the next club we have is our award-winning debating club. So the University of Technology Debating and Public Speaking Society is one that strives to empower those who are interested in public speaking or debating, which is centered around their motto, empowering the next. So, you know, you'll have a lot of group presentations and you'll have to go up and speak. So if you're not really such a confident individual or you need assistance with that, then this is a really great club that will help to, you know, boost it a little more. And then we have UTAN, which is the University of Technology Association of Nutrition and Dietetic Students. And this is really a club for students who are majoring in the area of health, those in the College of Health Sciences, but they're also open to accepting outside students. All right, so we have UTASM. So the UTech Association of Sports Management Club presents an opportunity for all students to explore the realm of sports through networking, volunteerism, and active involvement. Then we have UTech, yes. The University of Technology Youth Empowerment Society aims to create an environment that will aim to bring out the best in you, our communities, and ourselves through voluntary services and commitment to transforming the lives of every person they encounter. Now, I believe so far that was roughly 20 clubs. More clubs are currently still registering. Currently, after this presentation was submitted, we were at around 48. So as I said, once the registration process is through, then the clubs will be advertised and you guys can learn more about them and their content will be pushed. And you can also follow the Academic Support Unit page on Instagram and Twitter, currently known as X. So yeah, to get more information on these things. All right, so as you can see, there's a club for each and every one of you, whether it is related to your academics, interest, or just overall, you just want to have fun. So if there are any queries or questions, you can go ahead and ask them. Repeat. No, as I mentioned not too long ago, these are just the clubs that would have registered up until the point of this presentation being submitted. And this is roughly 22 clubs, and we're currently at 45. So once the registration period and everything has been approved for the clubs, then their information will be pushed. So like the UTech football team. All right, so like for football, basketball, netball, thereabouts, they're not necessarily clubs per se. The university would be the ones to really promote or push that for like training and tryout sessions, just like the cheerleading team and so forth. Any other questions? First. As many as you want. Oh no, but yes. Any other questions? Go ahead. Yeah, they meet on Thursdays, 3 to 5. Repeat. Yeah. And no student has class at between the hours of 3 to 5. So we don't have no excuse. Any other questions? Go ahead. If they have a basketball team specifically for females, I am not sure I've ever seen a UTech female basketball team since I started UTech, but I'd like to say yes. If they have one? They have one. COVID. Yeah, so there's a possibility that they may actually start it back this academic year. And if it is, you know, your student reps are going to push the content in your respective school groups. So yeah, any other questions? Go ahead. All right, so the registration period has been open from June, but it was closed off August 12th, I believe. So if it is where you're interested in starting a club, then you can visit the Academic Support Unit Instagram page. The QR code and everything is there, or I'll just ask the school reps to just reshare back the link and the information and the flyer and everything that you'll need to start your club is literally in there. Any other questions? Everybody good? All right, big up on yourself. Repeat. Oh, no, that would fall under the university as well.
All right, so it just occurred to me, we were talking about WhatsApp groups, and some of you may be saying you're not in WhatsApp groups, so I'm going to just share my number, and you just text me and tell me to add it to the group. You guys ready? 238 2112 876 238 2112. I would not advise you to go through the academic year without being in your year groups. Just please, if you're not in it, just text me and let me know. 238 2112. Percival.
Right. So additionally, if you are not in the Skit first year group, just go on Instagram, type in skit_bulldogs, go in the description, you'll see the link tree, and it will have the link for the first year group. In addition to that, it also has other important links for like electronic documents, forms, basically everything that you will need as a student trying to exceed in your academic life.
Thank you. We're winding down. We are going to invite Dr. Thorpe, who is our Vice Dean, to speak to the matter of academic advisement. I am not seeing the coordinators for the respective schools, so I'm going to invite Dr. Thorpe at this time, who will be just sharing briefly with us about academic advisement, because the launch about the academic advisement unit is coming up shortly.
Thank you, Ms. Henry. I know that some of you guys are, moving out and you're tired, but this is probably one of the most important thing that you need to be aware of: academic advisement, how to get academic advisement. It is critical because it helps you in terms of the challenges that you might face in your academic pursuit. Now, each registered student is assigned an academic advisor. That's an academic staff member that would be, paired with you to provide advisement in regards to academic matters. Okay? However, sometimes what happens is that the academic advisors are not necessarily reaching out to you. You are the students who might engage your challenges, right? So on your portal, you will see who your academic advisor is. If you are not seeing any person assigned as your academic advisor, I would encourage you as soon as possible to speak with your program, your specific program director, so that they can have that being resolved. In order to help in the process, however, the Faculty of Engineering and Computing will have a student advisement unit that is located in the Student Affairs Division. Everybody here know where the Student Affairs Office is? You know where the Student Affairs Office is? No? I hear one, yeah. All right, so the student services, the student division is the first, the ground floor, because I don't want to mix up. The ground floor of the engineering building. The same place that you go to where the ladies are, that you can ask about information to do with anything in particular. That's where the unit will be, and that's where you get your information in regards to all matters pertaining to students' affairs. All right. So inside the student affairs, you'll have the student academic advisement unit. Now that unit will not only help you in terms of student academic issues, but we're going to have mentors that are going to be assigned to students to help you to navigate the waters of your academic challenges. So we have mentors that will be coming in to make presentation You heard head of school David White mention previously about having students having challenges with communication issues, soft skills issue generally. Mentors will be paired with you as well. They'll be here to present to and via Zoom to make presentation on some of the soft skills areas that you can improve on. There are 2 academic advisor coordinators, one for the School of Engineering, one for the School of Computer and Information Technology. Mr. Christopher Udega is a person for SCIT, and Mr. Anand Paduri is the coordinator for the School of Engineering. So you have several avenues, ladies and gentlemen, and I keep encouraging you to ensure that you utilize these avenues as it relates to academic advisement. And if you're not sure if it's academic advisement that you need, utilize these offices as well so that you can ensure that you get the right information, timely information, because there are certain times of the year that you have to do certain things. And if you miss the times and the dates, it then becomes a challenge. You might find a simple thing that might take you 1 year for you to actually do this particular thing. So ensure that you get your information, utilize your and use your UTech email when you register UTech email as much as possible, so that we can share information. Information can be shared with you in regards to advisement issues as well. All right. Any question on that? Yes. So the student email. All right, so Mr. White is the best person. He carries a lot of hats. There's a unit that's called Tier 1 support. All right, so guess what? You're actually at a school that actually handles all that matter. So you have your head of school, Mr. White, for SCIT, and of course, even if you're not SCIT student and you're an Eng student, the Tier 1 support system comes under the guile of the School of Computer and Information Technology. So you can actually, no, she said she registered and tried to get access to your UTech email address, and she's still not getting a UTech email address as yet, even after all of that. So I will leave you to ensure that you communicate with Mr. White and his team, that they can probably help, and not only for you but everybody else. So White want to also add something as well.
Thank you, Dr. Top. Who is the person who asked the question?
She's in the back.
Okay, all right. Can you Tier 1's email address? This is for everybody. Is TIER1, TIER and the number 1 support. So it's Tier 1 support, SUPPORT, Tier 1 support at utech.edu.jm. Now, you also can walk over to the SCIT lab. You know where the SCIT building is? All right. Do you know where the engine building is? Engine is building number 1, SCIT is building number 2. The SCIT building is actually on the same, well, we share the building with the main admin. So that's where the president's office is, and registrar and so on. I think that's the second building as you drive into UTech, right? It's right across from Engine. You can go to the SCIT labs between 8 and 4, and somebody will actually assist you. You can go there right now, well, after orientation, and so one of our technical staff will assist you. But I want to say this to all students now, SCIT and Engine. When you register, you automatically get a UTech email address, and that email is no longer managed by UTech. It's now managed by Microsoft. And there's a benefit of this. Your email, you see, is going to be your name at UTech, or students, I think, at utech.edu.jm. My own email, right, or Dr. Balvin's email, or Miss Henry's email is their name at utech.edu.jm. Now, this is very important for two quick reasons. For one, I remember I had a student who wanted some information. It was actually an engine student I was supervising for his master's. He wanted some information from an international company. And he wrote them with a Gmail, and the company ignored him. He wrote them again, and they ignored him. They used the UTech email now and write. And before the day was over, the company responded immediately. You know what that means, right? When you use your UTech email, it gives some formality. It shows that you really are from UTech. You follow? And the second thing, so I encourage you. In fact, I think the university is going to mandate that we stop using the Yahoos and the Gmails and the Hotmails. When you are communicating formally, every one of you, it's free. It's already paid for in your school fee. So just use your UTech email. And you notice that you get access to a lot of services. The other flip side of that, Percival mentioned the UTech competition. That's just for us here. But every time you log on to the university's website with your UTech email, you get access to a whole host of free services. You get Word, Excel, PowerPoint, part of the Microsoft Office 365 suite. I think it's about 100 apps inside of there. And they are all free for you. Grammarly, a whole heap of them. And it also means that anything that's there, you can use it like for your research or your projects or even your personal work. Follow? Nothing, as long as it's not commercial. So you can use Visio, you can use Viva, right? And so on. Follow?
All right. Thank you so much, HOS White. I think there's a young lady had a question right there. I'm sorry, I'm not hearing you. Could you repeat? What? What services for academic advisement? Okay. Well, it's the unit that basically is going to get you through the university in a nice, smooth way from an information perspective. So, for example, there are students who will not necessarily be doing very well. And as soon as you reach to I mentioned it earlier this morning, your academic probation, you might be on the verge of going to academic probation. So what we try to do is to provide information, guides, mentorship, and your school reps spoke to that already, tutorials, etc., to help you to move from this curious position back to regularizing so that you can complete your studies on time. We also talk about things like exams, notice as to when to do things like application for grade forgiveness, and a lot of other services which we'll be hearing more about in the breakout session. But it is critical because the advisement session helps you to navigate some of the things that you do not know on your own. And it speaks a lot to what is called Regulation 3 in your student handbook. That's going to be your Bible. And although a lot of students don't necessarily like to read and like to go through it until you're in trouble, but I'd encourage you all to ensure that you get familiar with your handbook, and in particular, Regulation 3 that speaks to your studentship. All right? No more questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. So in 2 minutes, I'm going to ask you to just join us downstairs. I'm going to ask for 2 different sets of pictures to be taken because we need the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Education to see the need for more capital injection to award you more scholarships. You want that? Then sound exciting, man. Do you want scholarships? All right, so we want them to see the proof that we have the students who have the needs for these monies, all right? All right, so in 2 minutes time, while we are getting you ready, I just want to reiterate the importance of coming to the Student Affairs Center. It's located on the ground floor of the faculty. Please be reminded that we're here to serve you. If you have any matter relating to your course of study, there are occasions where you will be referred to your program office. If it is that you have failed a module and you're redoing that module, please, once it is a year 1 or a year 2 module, please apply for grade forgiveness. That will help your GPA to sort of be stabilized. You understand? And you must go to your class. If you do not go to your class, you get a 0, you get a 0. Your GPA is compromised, all right? If, for example, you're not feeling up to doing an exam, please complete a withdrawal from module so that you don't get a failure. You will get a WM in the grade slot, not an F, all right? Not a F. The other thing I want you to understand, if you're sick, please do not be quiet. I don't really want to know your business, say you're sick. There are medical doctors at the university. There is a counselor. If you feel mentally that you're overwhelmed, there is a counselor, ladies and gentlemen. We took the time out to share with you. First year experience, you must be at that session in October. So I'm telling you from today that please come. We have the academic advisement unit that Vice Dean continued to talk about that will be launched shortly. So please, all of those amenities are in place. You'll get additional information. So I will invite Dr. Thorpe to just close up with a vote of thanks. And then we're going to ask all the skit students to just come at the front and take a picture with your head of school, and the engineering student do same. All right? We also have a question concerning how do we apply for scholarship. We are currently accepting application for the STEM scholarship. Once you have all your matriculation requirements, you are not awaiting any subject. Even if you're awaiting any subject, by tomorrow, you should know what your eligibility is for the scholarship. Please, once you have gotten an acceptance letter, that is an unconditional acceptance letter from the university, please apply for your STEM scholarship, okay? The scholarships are available. Guys, you don't have to go to Student Loan Bureau. The scholarship can take you throughout the 4 years. Just maintain your GPA. I mean, that's money that somebody else is investing in you. I am a recipient of a scholarship, you know. I have a master's degree by virtue of that. And I was able to go to school. A part of my master's was at an international university by virtue of a scholarship, right? So I'm telling you, it feels good when somebody else is paying the tuition, right? So I'm encouraging you to apply. All right? Can Sigma, is it Sigma, be more wheelchair accessible? Is it Sigma? Is it Sigma? Can Sigma be more wheelchair accessible? I know the university have ramps in certain spaces. So we cater to students with special needs. We have student services unit that have a special needs division, and we cater to that.
And also, if the student was indicated on the...
Yes, if you indicate that you're a special needs student, special provisions are made for you, all right? Every student get a mentor once you have indicated an interest as a mentee. So you need to go to the website to indicate an interest that you want to be mentored, all right?
It's also mentioned that there are some facilities that have. Okay, for our special needs, in my presentation, I told you we love all our students and we go out of way for students with special needs. We graduated a blind student last year
We have wheelchair students. Some facilities have elevators like this one, lecture theaters next, the tutorial rooms and labs next door. So if you indicate the timetabling, people try to fit the person into those rooms that have wheelchair, ramp access, or elevators.
Thank you. All right, if you look at your screen, you'll see where your breakout rooms are going to be. Please, you will be assisted by some student reps and their colleagues who will take you to the spaces. But before you go to the spaces, just grab a refreshment package outside and take with you to the room. We have had you here for almost 3 hours, so we're just going to release you at this time after the vote of thanks.
All right, thanks again, FA Henry. We have been here for a long time, and I hope that the information that you would have heard, the information that we would have provided is, or the information is really, resonated in somewhere in your minds. You're write down the necessary documentation and all that, because we want to help you to get you through the process seamlessly. And that is why we have this orientation session. But the session, of course, would not be possible without a lot of people. And first and foremost, we want to thank the Lord for bringing us safely here today to make sure that we are here, we're healthy, and we have this opportunity. I'd like to take the opportunity to also thank the very hard-working team from the faculty who would have put all the arrangements in place, all the arrangements to ensure that we have this event for you today. I'd like to also thank the Dean for being here, for leading our, I want to boast like Mr. White, but I don't have time, but for leading this faculty to a place of greatness. We're the best faculty in the university, barring none, all right? And here how passionate our colleagues are. So we want to thank the Dean for his leadership. We want to thank the faculty administrator as well and her team, which you meet a lot of these people as we go into our breakout sessions. We remember students are here for you. Thanking also the 2 heads of schools, Mr. Joseph for School of Engineering, Mr. David White for School of Computer Information Technology for their presentation and interacting with you, giving you all necessary information pertaining to the schools. And of course, if I had time, I could go through a lot more according to Mr. White. We'd also like to thank the student reps for giving their presentation. Now you know who they are. Please ensure that you get and be very close to your student reps so that they can help you to the process, all right? I'd like to thank at this time Ms. Ramsey, who gave priors to start us off. We'd like to thank the guest speaker. He, one of the things that I admire about Wayne, we are probably gonna, but we were in the same class. When Dr. Mackenzie and myself were actually in the same class. So we actually have come a very far way. We're still very passionate about this institution, not because we still associate with the institution, but because of the fact that we want you to be successful in your tenure at this institution. So thanks to Dr. Mackenzie for his speech and his encouragement for you, to you today. And finally, I'd like to thank you. Without you, we are not a faculty of engineering and computing. So every one of you who would have been here or online today, I want to thank you for taking the time out to be here. We know that you could have been elsewhere, but because of the fact that you have your own pride of place and want to be a place that is great, you have taken the time to be here and to learn from persons who have made a presentation. So at this time, I will just finish the vote of thanks by saying, for the faculty, we welcome you and we want to thank each and every one of you and your support system for being here, and we look forward to working with you for the next 4 years. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, so can we have all the skit students coming down at the front to do this photo op, please, with the head of school, and then afterwards you just, the taller ones to the back. Right at the front down here. School of Computing and Information Technology, and then we will have the engineering school be taking a picture with their head of school. So if you're a little bit taller than the others, I encourage you to. Yes, them full up the auditorium. Oh, this is go right now. Guys, you never got to take the picture with them now. Yeah. Where is the David wife? No, but you can't be in there. You have to be at the front. All right, so we're gonna ask you to the taller one. All right, so you can sort of can you keep some height going up? All right, do we have all the six students represented down here? Yes? It's what you will say. Bulldogs, the bulldogs to you are warlords. Sorry. All right. Where is Percival? I'm not seeing Percival because I would like to know. Mr. Cummings, go ahead, guys. All right. I'm gonna take pictures, okay? I don't know what the motto is for speech, I'm sorry.
We need more time and more space.
All right, so after two, more time, more space.
Hold on.
All right, what is your thing, first of all? I know one inch, one. Strictly. Okay. All right, strictly. All right, tell me now. All right, do you want them to put their hands up like this?
These are the future CEOs, you know. Microsoft and Google.
Okay. I'm trying. I want to yeah. I don't want to know. I would be able to make everybody tell us.
For your somehow when you look back.
First of all, you're not looking at me. All right, that's you guys. Thank you so much. Can we now get the engineer? Can we get the engineer? All the engineers represent? All right, those who are taking their pictures, just come up there. And remember, you have breakout sessions in those rooms. The student reps will take you to the spaces. Remember, you have to go to these meetings, guys.
All right, can we know how the engineers gathering together?
No.
You're just late. I don't have so much problem with that.
All right, so you'll have to move over from the podium. You're not as large as that group, so please balance the room, balance the room. All right, so guys, get it together, go down some more. Go down some more.
Yes.
Hi, organize. Let's see here. All right, one engine, one school. One school. One engine. One school. One engine. Then no, there's one school, one engine. One school. One engine. All right, guys, that's it. Thank you. Yes, when you get your refreshments, please, your breakout room down on the engineering building, and for the skip students over by the school. Yeah, yeah. Thank you so much. It can be beautiful when you give me.
Sorry?
What's that?
Oh, yeah. Thanks.